Hello guys. I too am surprised that I'm already back after leaving on a somewhat unsatisfied note yesterday. But I actually do feel like playing, so here we are. We'll see if it goes any better. Either way, at least there's some fun stuff to still try. Because I actually didn't know Kali aspect was in the game. So if I get ADC or if I just get bored in solo, I might just play that. Well, I'm saying I might play that, but she's probably going to be banned anyway. Excuse me. So, we'll see. I would like to try it, at least. But maybe it's also just broken, because it does seem pretty strong, I would say. It definitely seems pretty strong. Right. I do believe this was the final boss of Haste as well, so... I know there's an endless mode, which I guess I'll just go into, because I don't really have any plans of swapping my Q game here. I do enjoy Haste. I think it keeps me warm between the Qs. Ah yes, all the friendships I made along the way. Definitely did not skip any dialogue. I think all I really picked up from the story is that this girl is depressed and she was the cause of all this corruption or whatever. But that's about it. pretty cool visually. I like this. Q-pop as well. Can I pause this? Okay, good. Otherwise, it would be a bit awkward. I'll ban Aladdin. I don't think I want to play it right now. I can try and get Kali. Or even Hades, I guess. But I feel like through the last many times I've gone Hades, it just does not work out. I don't know why. Whether it being my team just losing before I get the chance to do anything, or if it's just me getting camped or something. It's weird. That shit don't work.
Select your god.
Let's see if someone else wants Kali. I'll give it away. If not, I'll just pick it myself. If I was ADC, I think I would do Aspect, but I think in solo, the Aspect just isn't going to be as good. I think the fact that you lose the ultimate is pretty rough for solo, because it makes her hard to kill and basically impossible to dive if she has ult, so I really do want to keep it for solo. That being said, I'm pretty tempted to actually go for the Kali, maybe a tank build, kind of like I did with my Zeus yesterday. Because I think the Rupture, or her, I guess, passive explosion thing, could work if you're building tanky, maybe some extra damage. Hello, DMBK. They have a mage heavy comp too. Probably just best if I go for a normal Kali build. Because that should be pretty easy just to pick anyone off with a one-shot build. Like, I do think this would have been nice if I actually followed the story in this game, but right now I'm just running. I'm not even doing anything. Both my hands are off my keyboard. I like it visually, at least. It's well made. Alright, cool. What do you mean keep running? I'm pretty sure there's nothing after this. All complete. On to endless mode. Every time I cure early, I'm against Kai. What is this? It's an option to keep running. If you haven't tried it, you should check it out. The endless shot where I can keep running. Yeah, I will do the endless shot. Wherever it is. Because I'm not really gonna replay the game. I'll just do endless. What am I against though? It's a jungle Anubis. I guess I'm against Susano then.
I suppose it won't hurt.
Dude, I actually just keep meeting duo queues that are usually a lot better than mine, which is getting a bit annoying. Because it makes it just way harder to even try and carry these games. Especially because I'm solo, and I'm pretty sure Susano is going to be solo on Brioche? Brioche? I don't know how to say his name, but he's obviously a good player, so I might not be able to just farm him. And there's a chance that I lose my lane too. And if that all that stuff happens, then
You try to do their buff.
feels cooked.
Minions have spawned.
I said, can we try to do their buff?
Well,
Hello.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think so. They have a good level 1. And they're a duo queue. Our level 1 is kind of ass, and honestly, I don't think we should. He does have aspect, but... Oh, never mind. It is Goopus. I'm okay with that. I think I'd rather meet Goopus. On Kali specifically, just because I do have interrupt.
Fuck it.
No problem. Enemies have returned. Your right tower is under attack.
It's a nice start for me. Getting another kill.
Yeah, they're gone the back lefts. They should be coming soon. They're here. I think they got a ward.
Let's just try and clear this fast. Try and deny him a little bit. I'll see if I can stick around enough so I can just finish my transom back. Maybe he lost like 2 creeps. I shouldn't, it's not really worth it.
Ultimate is ready. Enemy missing! Right lane! Ultimate is ready. Attack! Attack! I will not fall!
Your right tower is under attack.
He told you, buddy. Should've just gotten out.
Ally has been slain.
Rip my blue. That's already done. Damn, I can't believe that Guan Yu had the nerve to blame someone else when he dove the tower at level 3. My dude. There's no way, man. There's only one person to blame in that scenario. That is the voice in your own head.
Ultimate is down.
Be careful. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left. Ultimate is ready.
Your left tower is under attack.
He's missing.
Careful middle.
Ultimate is ready.
Completed.
Enemies incoming left. Be careful left. Okay. Ultimate is ready. Enemy missing middle.
No problem.
Yeah, he's just freezing XP. Can't do much here.
Okay. Your left tower is under attack. Completed. Enemy ultimate down.
Ultimate is ready.
They might be on gold, be careful.
Your middle tower is under your left tower is under attack. Middle lane. Hi. Be careful right. Enemy missing.
Attack right lane. Cancel that. Cancel that. Enemy missing left.
Enemy missing. Ally has been slain.
Yeah, I should have checked. I should actually just...
Ultimate is ready.
Not that I think it would matter, actually.
Be careful.
But I should have gotten the timer on it earlier. I had no idea when it spawned.
Ultimate is ready.
whatever. I've been denying enough in Anubis at least that I'm still ahead.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemy missing right.
The rain shall wash them away. An enemy
That's
has
nice.
been
Good to
slain.
my team is still doing well.
Attack left lane.
Your left tower is under attack.
Behind us.
Enemy ultimate down.
Sana without me.
Enemy ultimate down. Cursing. Ultimate is
Your
down.
left tower is under attack.
It's really not looking good in duo though. There is a 4-level difference. That's insane. How does that even happen? That's crazy.
Your left tower is under attack.
That sucks. Missed the majority of my two.
Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Enemy ultimate here. Your left tower has been destroyed. Your left tower is under attack.
Ultimate is ready.
Moving back, yeah?
Attack. Cursing. Attack. Enemy ultimate down.
Neath. Don't say attack if you are not
Your
already
right tower
ulting.
is under attack.
I keep getting baited by him saying attack.
Enemy spotted.
Be careful.
I still fucked it up. I would have died regardless, but I do kind of hesitate on it every time he says attack because I'm expecting him to ult.
Wait. Be careful.
Ultimate is ready.
Ultimate is ready.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Enemy spotted. Completed.
Wash them away.
Attack right now.
I came.
You rock.
We should get gold. He's gone for his purple.
Enemy ultimate down. On my way.
There we go. I just really, if he says attack, I just want him want him to do ult. That's pretty much it.
Slain.
Enemy missing right. Cancel that.
Be careful, mid. On my way.
Completed.
Maybe should have gotten Nibble Ring first? Nah.
Hi.
I do need to be careful for his cooldowns, because they're much lower than mine. Now that he has Chronos Pendant.
Group up.
Agni's coming.
Your right tower is under attack.
Okay. Enemy spotted.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
Like I said,
Your middle
he's been XP camping. He's been really aggro.
Ultimate is down. Ultimate is ready. I'll attack right
They don't do the...
They're on it. They're on.
They're doing that.
See how much I can steal. Maybe I just go for tower.
Enemy missing left.
At least I need the tower if they're going gold.
Destroy the right enemy tower.
Be careful, right?
I'll just back if someone's coming. Don't want to risk it.
enemies incoming right.
Don't need to risk it for some back camps.
Ultimate is ready. Attack right lane. Attack right lane.
Quiet.
Kind of sucks bots didn't show up initially, but
Attack the minion.
oh well. Hello, Kami. Yeah, it's my first game today. It's going well, for the most part. It's a bit rough in duo, he's very far behind, but so far so good, on my end at least. Oh, he's joined the worst times, and this is fine. This was a good trade. Like, me for these two, I'll take the trade.
Enemy spotted. Attack, attack.
I'm the greatest. Ultimate is down.
Be careful, left.
I do need to go and see if I can take care of that Acne, because, oh my god, he just
Agni's
rushed.
coming towards you.
He
Just
just
miss him.
rushed some crit.
Be careful. Enemy missing
Ultimate is
left.
down.
Acne ADC definitely seems like a menace. It seems very, very good. And honestly, Kali ADC on paper with the aspect does seem pretty damn good as well. Are we entering a meta where the best ADCs aren't any of the actual ADCs? That would be cool. I do think that would be very cool.
Ultimate is ready.
On my way.
Allied
my way.
phase completed.
On my way.
Did it for the stacks. Anubis was still here. Oh man, that's just greedy of me.
Go, monkey, go. Enemy spotted. Fuel for the fire.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
It's he has him. Unfortunate. Aw, Solwyn also went ADC. Shit. And he went for some really bad stuff too, with Bracer into a Rage. So he's splitting his
Enemy ultimate down.
damage. Can't recommend that if you want to go crit. Yeah, ADCs have been they've been pretty lucky lately, I would say. But that's also good, because ADCs probably got the short end of the stick in general in the history of Smite 2 when it comes to releasing the gods. It took a long fucking time. for ADCs to actually come out. And when the Rama then came out, he was just dog shit, and he remains to be dog shit. So they deserve it.
Attack! Enemy ultimate down!
Enemy missing right.
Don't want to see if I can
Wash them away.
gank Agni.
He's going in jungle, I think. I'm sure.
No problem.
Spotted.
Retreat!
Gotcha.
Shit, creep saw me.
Be careful left.
He's back in lane. Gonna bait me.
Ally has been slain.
Person.
We got the kill, that's good.
Be careful.
Yes.
On my way.
Enemies at the fire. Enemies at the fire. At the fire.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Really?
Bye.
Aw, man, I leave right once and they do Fire Giant. That's a classic.
Enemy missing.
What happened in mid for that to happen? Ain't no way, man.
Be careful middle.
Okay.
Attack. Cancel that.
Careful.
That's just absolutely tragic.
Enemies have returned middle.
We can probably do this real fast, yeah. It's not a bad call.
Your team has destroyed the pyramids.
Fury.
Attack.
No problem.
No.
Cancel that.
Retreat.
Retreat. The enemy team has destroyed the gold fjord. Be careful. Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
I have bomb.
I can get it.
Ah, boys, just listen to the call. Don't do that. There was no reason for us to put Phoenix there. We knew they were backing. I wouldn't say no problem, Mr. Guan, but that's just on my end as well. I knew there was a bad call and I still followed it. I should have just listened to my own. Because with me dead, once again, they can just push for free. Because I'm the biggest threat to them.
Under attack.
And the one thing we could do, obviously this is a rank game. Like, is it really gonna matter? Or is it really gonna work out? No.
Is under attack.
On my way. On
Enemy
my way.
ultimate down. Attack.
We absolutely need to go in here.
Double kill. Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Damn, I thought Kokolka was still behind me.
Range, so wash them away.
Attack middle lane.
Yes. Attack middle lane.
I really wanted the Acme as well, but
Your left tower is under attack. is under attack.
Enemies behind us!
Gank!
Be careful! Ultimate is down.
I mean, why?
Your right tower is under
My dude,
attack.
just wait for him to come to us. We don't need to walk out. If he went for me, I would have gone in, but I'm not gonna stop him from just not stopping me.
The minions.
Ward the fire giant.
See if I can get 20 before this fight breaks out.
Enemy team
I'm on
has
fire.
destroyed the pyromancer. Your right tower has been Your right tower is under attack. Enemies have returned. Be careful.
We need wards. Enemy
Yes.
spotted.
Be careful.
Gank.
Be careful.
Excuse me,
On
BM.
my way.
Enemies behind us. Enemy spotted.
Ultimate is ready.
Attack!
Enemies spotted.
I mean, I know we're here, so it's not really worth it.
Completed. Good game. Okay.
Be careful.
Can fail.
On my way.
Enemy has been slain. Shut down.
Defend middle
Attack the
lane.
minions. Attack the gold fury.
Attack.
Oh, we actually got Acne as well.
Enemy ultimate
Enemy
down.
ultimate down.
I will not let you fall.
You guys just go to gold. I'll keep it on fire.
Attack the gold fire giant.
Fall.
Attack.
Defend. Defend. Help. The pyromancer has arrived. Out of mana. Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Defend the fire. Ultimate is ready.
And fight.
On my way.
Hmm.
Defend.
Athena coming up was not part of my plan. That sucks.
Right back.
That's on me. Can't really blame them for that. Just me not having beats or ult. It's gonna make that pretty much impossible to survive. I love this Guan, yeah, it's
We need wards.
a fun one. We definitely do need some fucking wards, man.
Attack the minions.
Damn, Sol really just does no damage. Oh, no, man. I don't know if this guy mains ADC, but I kind of hope not. Because his build is just all over the place.
Ward here. Okay.
Completed.
On my way. Got it.
Ultimate is ready. Ward here. The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left tower is under attack. Completed. I will ward. I will ward.
Okay. Okay.
Be careful. On my way.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemies have returned.
Ward here.
Attack. Thanks.
Be careful.
Attack.
Very strong.
Fought well.
Triple kill.
Okay.
Oh, you move like a shot. Make it rain.
Kind of sucks that I should have absolutely had Susana way earlier. My 2 didn't go off. I didn't realize.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
We should be able to defend Phoenixes.
Your left tower is under attack. Ultimate is ready.
Fucking hell, that shit still hits.
Your middle Phoenix is under attack. Enemies have returned. Ward here.
I'm swapping sides. That's a ward on me there. Screw that.
Be careful. Got you entangled in stellar dust.
Damn, my ult did not go off in time. Boys, can we just wait going in until they initiate? We need to just wait for them to go on the Phoenix and then we go in. They have fire and a dagger. We really should just wait.
Okay. Good game.
People are just very eager to go in, when we really don't need to. It's always best to do it when they initiate on the objectives, because then they're split.
Tower is under attack.
Because they're trying to do one thing and you're stopping them from. Like, I guess you're like counter-initiating is a way to put it. You never want to be the ones to initiate when you're trying to defend from siege. It feels terrible. Because then you're fighting on their terms. You want to force them into fighting on your terms. Not to mention just the extra damage from a Phoenix is always good. Even though it barely hurts a tank in the very beginning. But, by the way, that was still just bad for me. My ult didn't go off. I got slow fingers right now. What I'm gonna do probably is just see if I can force a rotation and look for that one kill.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold.
Ultimate is ready. Nice job.
I'll take a dagger.
Ultimate is ready.
He wanted to just use it, I guess. Now that's mine.
I will not let you fall. Attack left lane. Destroyed a left enemy tower. Defend middle lane.
Okay.
Your
Ultimate
team
middle
has
lane.
destroyed a left enemy tower.
Fuel for the fire.
Ultimate ready.
Group up.
Hello? No, man. Am I crashing or is this Smite? It is Smite. Dude. No! We were just about to win! Well, not actually, maybe not, but... What? No! Let me rejoin! Did it just screw me? Let's see. Match loading. No? Oh my god. Hi-Riz, you cucked me. Yeah, the 1.1k acne crit, that was great. Did you also get out, Kai? So it's not just me? Did the server just shit itself? Everyone? Okay, whatever. I guess leave match and go again. That's so unsatisfying. That was actually a fun game. It was one of those rare back and forth games. Fuck me. Yeah, we all got kicked out, Okami. That was just unfortunate. Guess we just go again then. Damn it. Dude, I had ult and dagger and Kali. I was never gonna die. Fuck. Well, I say never, but that Agnes just literally just autoed me for 1.1k. Dagger wouldn't help shit. Damn, I'm salty about that. You go away with that text. I've read it. Devs, why? Alright, let's see what this is about. Peaceful, easy, medium, hard, very hard. No extra lives. Every 10 levels. Let's just try very hard, why wouldn't we? Yes, thank you, Okami. I did finish the last one. As the first thing today, actually, in haste. Technically, I did finish it yesterday. It's just the second I realized it was the final one, or like they was just gonna go into cutscenes and stuff, I just force quit the game, and then I just redid it. Because when I ended the stream yesterday, I still had a few more lives. I was still in the middle of the run, and you can't save if you're like in the middle of a match. You have to be outside. So I had no choice but to just continue. Whoops. Right, so I'm assuming endless simply means I will keep just running like this. Or does endless mean that it will just be an endless shard? Like, do I finish? Is there a portal somewhere? Or am I just running forever now? I do believe I'm just running forever. Nope. Never mind then. Ow. Damn. I was trying to sneak through. Oof. ADC, huh? Yo, DMPK, try and get me Kali. No! No, yours is the bad. I wanted to try Kali ADC. Get me out of this role now. I don't want to be here. Oh shit. No! They're tapping out. Chill. I'm gonna try and see Cal the Turtle. Can you give me my role? My dude, he will not. It's a tragic day. Alright, we'll see what I play then. It's either I just fall back on the go-to on her, which might be the case, especially now that Acne has been picked. I don't know. I don't really know which ADC is good into Acne. Maybe I do an Ullr game. I'll do an Ullr game, it's been a while. Acne has to be ADC, I would imagine so. Like, Acne ADC just really seems like he is, he's quite OP, I think. Acne just has a really good kit as an ADC. On top of that, he just seems to do a lot. He just seems to do more damage just with a crit strength build, with his abilities too, for some reason, than he does with a mage build. Legitimately, I think even Acne ADC like with crit and mid is actually pretty good. I think he just is really fucking good. Plain and simple. He does so much damage. And he has still great setup. He's got the easiest long-range stun to fucking hit in the game. That's the thing, ADC has so many tools now to play with. I'm saying so many, but like Apollo is coming soon as well. That being said, I will definitely steal him from my ADCs. If I can. No! I hit my head. my god. It tapped me out. I've been betrayed. Dude, it won't even get me back in. Smite! Why? Alright. I've been cucked. I'm not allowed to get back into the game. Alright, screw you, Haste. I'm force quitting you then. Jink Jungle. Okay. I see it. Oh, never mind. Acne... Well, it is the Acne ADC, but it's gonna be in jungle.
Bring light or vanish.
Maybe I do... No, I think Bluestone is just better. I was about to say maybe I do... Bombas. Just for some easier clear. But it's gonna make the lane clear even worse. I haven't played Uller in a while, so this might just be a sloppy mess.
Minions have spawned.
Yes, well, do try to enjoy yourself.
Have fun.
Have fun.
Down the hatch. Enemy missing right. Enemy missing right. Enemy missing.
Oh shit. Beat down.
Gep was just missing.
Enemy missing left.
Good game. Enemies in the right jungle.
Enemy missing. I dare say.
Don't know where the jungle is.
Yeah, they definitely might be baiting for the jungler here, but... I mean, it's just...
Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't know what Fenrir is doing. My dude has died 3 times, and he's level 3. And my Bacchus shelled as well before, that's also true. Though that was just an accident, but still potentially cost us what happened there. It just sucked. We were winning lanes so hard, man. And I mean, Yip was missing for the majority of that laning phase, but still.
Your left tower is under attack. You rock! Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's over. Of course, Agni would just TP. Should have expected that. I knew someone was probably gonna gank when Jing just walked up like that. Did not expect it to be a TP though. This game is just over already. And now Jingwei's getting all the kills as well, which just makes it even worse for me. But though to be fair, if Jingwei should be getting any kills, I don't mind it being the ones on me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Because I know if anyone's gonna throw their game, it's gonna be Sync. No disrespect to Sync, but...
Guys, 3 people are diving me. Hello? Jungle?
The rain shall wash them away.
That is quite enough.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes. Enemy missing middle.
Well played by Bacchus, but I definitely don't think we should have had kill potential there. He just didn't all the way.
Agni's in right jungle here. Okay.
Enemy ultimate down. That was
Okay.
close.
Agni behind.
Glad I survived.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I thought he went for purple. I was so sure he went for purple. I was just
jam.
gonna look for a quick steal.
The rain shall wash them away.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Get bolt and shout.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Merlin, get back. Merlin, Gabe's coming right.
Just not any cool ones.
Gabe's coming behind, be careful. Oh, he's back in mid.
Excelsior!
The rain shall wash them away.
Just gonna be back so fast.
about Show?
Just gonna see if I can actually get this.
Be careful, can you? I'm here. Gabe's here.
Enemy missing right. Ally has been slain. This will be.
Dude, he's level 11 as well.
Enemy has been
Just
slain.
those damn 2 kills he got early. And I probably lost a lot of creeps for it too.
Retreat! Retreat!
An enemy has been slain.
I'm low and bouncing. He's chasing.
Ally has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'm here. I'm going to try. I'm here.
Come here. Yeah, Merlin's here.
Soul didn't stay here yet. Wait, wait, Soul has ult as well. The fuck?
I just got my ult back, bro.
Oh, okay, fair. I'm pretty sure if you just jump, we win it.
Sucks I got the buff. I was really going for that kill. Just don't have enough.
Middle tower is under attack.
I guess low enough cooldowns for these fights. Why is he here? Isn't he the soul laner? He is. It's Okami. Dude, why are you here? Go away.
Enemies in right lane. Don't worry, I'll do in my sight.
Save yourself!
In a way, it's good for me that he is.
Enemy missing right.
So that means Jingwei is losing a wave. And she's in left, okay.
Enemies in left lane. Fight with honor.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hello?
He's like a baby. Your left tower is under attack.
Oh, whatever, man.
Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Boys, what the fuck was that?
Probably we just get out of this game. It's unwinnable.
GG.
You guys are making this so hard when it's so easy, sadly.
I don't know what Fenrir was doing this game. I didn't even surrender this, so this was just my team, but I don't think we have a chance anyway if Fenrir is gonna play like that. That was crazy. There's no way, like, did he miss jump? I'm not even sure what happened there either. Literally the easiest kill in front of us on Cerberus there, but I guess he didn't have the stun. I'm not sure if Balkas had anything, but whatever. That was crazy. Fenrir definitely made the life harder on Duo as well in that game. I don't want to judge all his gameplay from that, but that was definitely a rough start for pretty much all of us. We could not have won duo any harder. Granted, Gip wasn't there in the beginning, so it was kind of an unfair situation, but duo was free. That's fun, Okami, it happens. It's not really on anyone in particular, it's just matchmaking doing its thing. I don't really blame like the people themselves either. It's just if they're not on this level, that's fine. It just sucks that the matchmaking decided that they were. It's been rough. I gotta get some more wins, man. I'm in a little bit of a losing streak at the moment. And I feel like a lot of it is because of matchmaking bullshit, and not because of actually losing. This is the lineup of all time. It's alright. I don't know who our carry is. Yeah, hopefully the disconnected person comes back, because you can't really tell if they do. We'll just wait and see if they pick anything. I guess I'll open haste in the meantime. Okay. What? Okay, this... Dude, there is something... I can't even queue. There is something wrong with the system today, man. Let me queue! The first game shits itself, and the server just crashed. This one... Dude, I can't even queue. What are we doing, Hyris? What are we... What's up today? I'm just going to practice. This was a stupid way to do it, because it's gonna take way longer. Fuck.
Select your god.
Gotta relook. I tried.
Medusa.
I'll just go into practice, and like, usually this fixes it. I just did it the stupid long way, instead of just going to the character screen and pressing practice. There we go. This time I'll see if I can pause before I end up getting tapped out, because apparently that glitches it out. I don't know if it's the endless mode that ends up doing that, but I don't know why. It's never done that before. But I do realize lately I've been a bit too focused on just winning instead of just having fun with stuff. So I'll just try and have fun for now. Because I definitely feel like I've been a bit too pissy. I've been a bit of an annoyed mood lately. It's not just because of Smite, it's just some outside stuff as well, or real life stuff. And I don't really want it to affect the streams all that much, because I do try to prioritize positivity and just good moods. So I do apologize if it's been a bit rough lately, but usually if I'm in a bad mood I don't actually just stream, but that's not really been the case lately because of resets and stuff. I kind of been trying to play a bit so I can keep up before I get stuck, I guess where I am now. Alright, let's pause before shit goes down. So I'll get pissy at times either way, but I do think like the last few streams I've just kind of ended the stream on a bit of a downer where I've just been annoyed, and I don't really want to end the streams like that. That makes it not worth it. So I'm gonna try and fix that a bit. I'm sure most people don't even realize, because I don't show much emotion, I guess, even though I'm really pissy at times, but yeah, I appreciate it, Okami. I usually am too. Like, I don't stream. If I'm really in a bad mood, I don't stream. But I do feel like lately it's been worse than usual. And I do want to avoid it. I do pride myself on like being happy and being nice to people, despite, you know, sometimes them not being very nice in
Select
game.
your god.
What do we play then? Maybe I actually just play Mordred. Because I kind of want to try... No, the tank stuff aren't in the game yet. I don't actually want to do that. Shit. Screw it. I'll play Afro. I'll play some tanks next week when the patch is live to try the new tank items. But right now, I just don't think they're good. No, it's alright. I actually want to play Afro at the moment. I do want to play her. I didn't pick her this time because I don't want to deal with it. I actually feel like kind of playing it. And I do have to go Shell, it seems. Great! Odin! My favorite. I'm sure it's fine. I don't think Odin is that bad to deal with as long as you have Shell. He's annoying for sure, but it'll be alright. I could even go for a Rod of Asclepius. I just counter the ults, I just heal anyway. That's also a possibility. Which is still kind of crazy that that's a thing you can do. Oh, he Odin ulted me for 0% healing? Wait, never mind. I have this item that completely fucks that over. Don't you worry. Granted, I don't think it fits very well into Aphrodite's build. At least if you want to go full mage. Which I tend to want to do. Because she does damage. And I like damage. I'm just gonna stop it before it fucks me again. There we go. DMPK on that Odin. Okay. Is that gonna be solo, or is it gonna be support? Thought Afro support pick. Yeah, I can see why you would think that. I mean, I'm probably gonna need shell either way, because if I don't have it later, I will be fucked. So, not that it's bad, like. But.
On my way.
I do have this build I want to try, but into an Odin I might want to go Helm of Radiance first. Actually, both bots and Odin. Yeah, I'm definitely going Helm of Radiance. What starter do I get on solo? On Odin, you want to do Bluestone. Generally. He can do both, but he's pretty mana hungry, so Bluestone tends to feel a lot better. You do have blue buff though, so that is also that. You can do both, but I prefer Bluestone. Hello, Nectura. How are you today? I am playing Afro, yes.
On my way.
I have to, Nectura. I have to. Sometimes we gotta take one for the team, you know? That's what I mean, it's just Onyx skin, you know? It's just an Onyx skin. This one is cool, right? This one's cool. See?
Minions have spawned.
Thanks.
Completed. Think nothing of it. I am sorry. Enemy ultimate down.
Be careful, right? Enemy missing.
On my way.
Be careful, right?
Let's grab blue real fast.
Enemy missing.
His blue is gonna be very delayed.
Think nothing of it. Enemies in left lane.
Tragic. That kind of loses a bit of what I was trying to do in this lane. Because now he's gonna take my backs as well. I'm actually gonna be behind in XP now.
Back off.
On my way.
But oh well.
Enemy spotted.
Yes.
Fabuloso!
I am sorry. You are as wise as you are strong. Be right back.
No! How did I miss, man?
sorry.
The rain shall wash them away.
Level 6. Yes, junglers. Get more XP. Do the thing where you level up to level 7 before I'm even level 5. Dude, that's crazy how much XP junglers get. No wonder they have so much fun right now. I don't think I've heard a single jungler say that they're not having fun. Alright, have fun, Nectura. Have a good day, man.
That's too bad.
Your left tower
Ultimate
is
is
under
ready.
attack.
Be right back.
Attack.
Enemy missing left.
Whoops.
I help those who do their best.
Okay.
Wherever there are gods in love, I'll be there.
Nice job.
I help those who do their best.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Huge.
Be right back.
What was that? Double? Oh yeah. There was Aphro ult, double shell, Athena ult shield as well. Yes. Because I actually screwed up. I ulted way too early. That being said, there was a million things that I could have ulted in that whole scenario, but
Ultimate is down. Careful.
I think I'm good. Alright, I'm just gonna back. I'm getting greedy.
Nearly had me there.
Enemies in the left jungle. On my way.
Ultimate is down.
On my way. Curses. I shall rise again.
Okay.
I am sorry.
Enemy has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack.
That's too bad.
Okay.
Enemy spotted.
You already know Cap's gonna report him,
Your
yeah.
right tower
He
is
might.
under attack.
Ultimate is down. I am sorry.
Caps is pretty funny in the way he decides to throw
Enemies in
blame.
left lane. Ultimate is ready. I help those who do their best. Ultimate is ready.
The rains it pours.
We do have some pretty nasty global presence. We're gonna bring back the Neve, Apollo, Athena ult combos. Now that Apollo ult can carry multiple people, it's gonna be even crazier.
Enemies incoming left. Woohoo!
Yes. Ultimate is down.
Ultimate, is
Ultimate
ready.
is ready.
On my way. On my way. Attack. I am sorry.
Enemy has been slain.
Enemies in right lane. Cancel that. Enemies have returned to base.
Bye.
Attack.
Hi.
Unfortunate.
Ally has been slain. That's too bad.
Raid, wash them away.
Back off.
Your right tower is under attack.
Back off.
I am sorry.
I'm looking forward to Apollo, man. I'm so looking forward to Apollo. Maybe he's gonna revitalize my love for Smite too. That being said, he might also completely kill it if he's against me, and I'm gonna get ulted in solo by 3 people. That shit's gonna fucking kill my motivation to play. I'm gonna get 3-man ulted from duo lane. They just fly all the way over to gank solo, while my solo is still in lane, so I'm essentially getting 4-man ganked. That shit's gonna be fucking crazy.
Be careful, right?
Realistically, it's gonna be worse when it's gonna be a mid Apollo,
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
because he's just closer to both side lanes, so he can just rotate so fast with help from support and jungle.
Those who do their best. Attack.
Follow me.
You are as wise as you are strong.
That's too bad.
Immortal, like me.
Back off.
I'm guessing they didn't surrender.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy
Ultimate is
tower.
ready.
Back off.
Completed.
I am sorry.
Back off.
Attack left tower.
Enemy has been slain.
I help those who do their best. Attack fire giant.
Back off.
Bad.
Yes. Attack fire giant.
Thanks.
But they only have 6, yeah. I thought so. Oh, you were standing there.
Destroyed the Pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack.
On my way. On my way. Ultimate is down.
I don't even wanna rotate over. No, 3 people there though.
Right lane. On my way. Ultimate is down.
Ultimate is
Enemy
ready.
spotted. Enemy spotted.
Attack.
Completed.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
No problem.
I help those who do their best.
No, the ages. That is so important.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Be careful.
Curses.
Oh well. Kind of just a troll rotation, because I expect them to just surrender anyway, but...
Your left tower is under
I'm
attack.
going for jungle buff.
Left lane. Back off.
can't believe I saved them.
Your left tower is under attack.
I help those who do their best.
That's too bad.
I'll just back as well here. I actually saved Odin. Was a little whoopsie.
Make us win.
I really expected to just finish him off too.
You are as wise as you are strong.
Okay, nice job.
Attack the Gold Fury.
I'll attack the fire giant.
Thanks. Ultimate is down.
The pyromancer has arrived.
That shit did not want to get picked up.
Group up. That's too bad.
I am sorry. Ultimate is down.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The rain shall wash them away.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
I am sorry.
Your team has destroyed the
I
fire
help
giant.
those who do their best.
Your middle tower is under attack.
An enemy has been slain. So humiliating. The rain shall
I
wash
help
them away.
those who do their best.
Surely they surrender soon.
On my way. It is tiring, learning so many new things.
The rain will wash them away.
I am sorry.
They hit like a baby.
Fucking hell. I missed the kiss and it's a million fucking cooldown. Second cooldown and I just did literally nothing that fight.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy
Be
tower.
careful, right. Ultimate is down.
There it is.
Victory.
Close one. Were you in this game, Rosa? Or Rose? I thought you were called something else. Yeah, from you. You're the one person I don't want to hear that from. I couldn't help it. She was looking a bit too tasty that much. Agnes low-key a ban? I think so. Problem is, there's a lot of shit I feel that way about. Like, we reached a point where letting Afro open and so big and all that is just something we do now. But those two are also definitely ban-worthy. It's just there's a lot of really strong stuff in Smite at the moment. I think Sol in the right hands is also one, yeah. But I think Sol is one of those where you do need to know how to play the game. I think Kali, you can be somewhat mediocre. I think Aladdin, you can be somewhat mediocre. But on Sol, you do actually need some good positioning, because otherwise someone good will take advantage of you. So I'm definitely more okay leaving Sol open than someone like Kali or... yeah, Aladdin. Like, so big for the same reason. Pretty simple support. I think a lot of people can play him that also play support. I tend to just always ban the ones that are the easiest to play, while also being the most powerful. Though Aladdin is still a bit up in the air, because I do think Aladdin actually does require a pretty good amount of skill. But that's generally looking at like casual games, I guess. If you meet someone who's just not... usually in these games that I'm into, it tends to be good enough to play Aladdin, so I ban it anyway, but... like, a casual cannot play Aladdin. I've seen what they do. I do think that's also something that makes him cool. Like, the better you are in Aladdin, the more broken he feels, but at the same time, he's also just... he just looks really flashy. This is a really well-made god. And I think it will remain that way once he is supposedly, you know, quote-unquote balanced when he gets to that point, eventually. I still think a good Aladdin will be able to show how cool he is. Yeah, Hades is another one that is just stupid simple that I think most people can play with a blindfold. Do you get any bonus when you're Aladdin ult? It does a little bit of damage, but then I mean all the extra you do get a big bonus when you're Aladdin ult, yes. Like you get more powerful inside the lamp. You have lower cooldowns, you have all sorts of shit inside the lamp. And it only gets better with each rank. Early on, it's somewhat weak. Like level 5 Aladdin ult is not the most powerful thing, but you do not like there's like a golden rule generally in high level play. You do not enter the lamp if it's an enemy Aladdin lamp ever late game, because that shit will nerf you so hard that it's just not worth it. In most cases, that shit will get you killed. So, cannot recommend. Don't do that. Yeah, I think Hades is just way too powerful at the moment. I mean, right now tanks aren't the greatest, but I still think Bracken is in that vein. He's still something I want to ban. I still think like I don't know. I'm pretty sure Brain Dead Monkey could probably play Bracken at his best, just because of how simple he is and how stupid easy his abilities work now. Like, it's not hard. You just get a hit and then you get an extra ability. Like, fuck me, man. The more you fight him, the more dangerous he becomes. I don't like it. Like, once tanks are good again, Bracken is just gonna be the best again. So, he hasn't been nerfed. He's still disgusting. I do think he's someone that is less good in rank though, just because of how tanks are at the moment. But that's not really on him, that's just tanks as a whole. Same goes for Mordred. Yeah, Aladdin is very, very broken if you know how to play him. He's basically pepper banned every game. He's incredibly good. And he's very, very fun. Right, let me ban real fast. Could try banning the Acne. Let's see how this goes.
Select your god.
Kali for me then. Damn, 2 Kali games today? What is this? I'm not complaining though, she is quite fun. Dude, get me out of these vines. Like, I don't even know who I think is the most bannable god, personally. Because it really depends on who is playing it, in my head. Probably either the Aladdin or the Kali, which is why I keep using those as examples. I just think those two gods in the right hands are just more broken than anything else. Because they will just one-shot. Where the other ones don't necessarily one-shot.
Keep smiling.
Afro is another one, yeah. But I think an Afro is easier to deal with if it's just on par. Like if you give like the best players in the world an Afro or a Kali, I would much rather give them the Afro than the Kali. I really would. Granted, I think I would hate dealing with Afro more, but I think Kali is more broken. And they have a really annoying comp for me to deal with on Kali here. Very, very annoying comp. Caprakan, so big frontline for all the CC. Sol, who might be able to do a lot of damage as a go-oner. Same thing with bots as well as Bari. They don't have something easy for me to go on. But I just gotta one-shot them before they one-shot me, yeah?
Enemy spotted!
Yes.
Enemy spotted!
Keep smiling.
Minions have spawned. Enemy missing. Sorry.
He doesn't have Sunder, so we should be good.
Okay. Okay. Enemy missing. Enemy missing. Yes.
He does this every game, buddy. We even told you. It's actually still surprising me that people don't realize Caps does this every game.
No problem. Completed.
Should be alright, it's just... It actually happens every game. Caps always does this start. And every time the dual lane dies.
Be careful left. Be careful left.
Yes. Your left tower is under attack. Enemies in the left shoulder. Cancel that.
I've lost all my pots already, which really sucks. Yeah, didn't get full stacks.
Your left tower is under attack.
Let's see if he stops me.
Enemy missing left. Enemy missing. Completed. Your left tower is under attack. Ally has been slain.
Sizzling showdown.
I'll defend middle lane.
Oh man, of course he hits level 5 off of that. That's so annoying. I didn't even realize he hit level 5.
Your left tower is under attack.
I'm so sad about that. I am so sad.
An enemy has been slain.
Keep smiling.
I actually think I would be rich if I could count on my fingers. No, I don't even think I could count on my fingers how many times I've died to a level 5 jungle in the last, like, week. What does he do? You mean caps? He starts on speed. And then he does all the left jungle stuff. And then he ganks dual lane at like level 2 or 3, and that almost never happens. The dual lane is... It's a very bad time for the dual lane to be ganked. Because they're kind of like trying to win lane, they're taking all the side, like neutral camps and stuff. For the junglers to gank at that time, it's just terrible, because you either have to give everything up or die for it. And usually, because people don't expect it, they die for it. So it is a good strat in ranked, specifically, when you don't know it's coming. But everyone knows it's coming who knows caps, but... Well, the ones that don't, that happens. And even if you tell them, they're still gonna die to it for some reason. And then this happens. And we're so far behind in every lane now. Okay, well, except for mine, because we actually got a kill here. But... Might show up here for me, so I'm just gonna chill. I'm gonna keep the XP lead that I have.
Your right tower is under
Because all I really need as Cowie is just stay ahead.
Enemy missing right. Cancel that. Enemy spotted. On my way.
I don't damage him anymore. But I also don't have any items, so...
Thanks. Sorry. Cancel that.
Defend the gold. On my way.
Get it, boys. We have Zeus. This could be big.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Get that gold, Fury.
And the rain shall wash them away.
Follow me.
It's cooked.
Completed.
Fabuloso!
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
That's too bad.
I'm returning middle lane.
Dude, how are you not dying to this? Damn creeps.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Be careful, right? Sword here.
The rain shall wash them away.
Be careful, middle.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Not really sure what's wrong with the matchmaking, but it's definitely interesting again.
That's too bad.
200 gold.
Sorry.
It's not even just the mid neutrals. It's because apparently they buff the XP on the big scorpion in the back that gives the eye of the jungle. So apparently that thing is quite valuable.
Ultimate is down. Enemy ultimate
Careful left. Enemies in the left lane. Over here. Be careful.
Because I'm pretty sure jungle's doing the same start if they buff the XP on that specific thing, and that gets them level 5 before most other people. At least in solo, it gets them about level 5, about the same time as I'm hitting level 4, and so I get another wave where I still don't hit level 5, and that's when they gank.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That will do.
And that is not great.
That's too bad.
I want to rotate and help, but I'm just gonna fuck myself if I do that.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll just let my team decide. I mean, it's going fine for me. I don't mind trying a bit more, but my team surrenders, then it's up to them.
Your middle tower has
Ultimately, the mental of my team is the most important thing. If they're out of the game, what's the point?
enemies at the goal. The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
Why does Gabrakan heal if he's 2? Oh, I mean, he also has Shield of the Phoenix. That's fucking weird. That's terrible. I guess that's good for me overall, but I do not know for the life of me why they gave me a heal. I do complain about it every time I see it. Because why?
Your left tower is under attack.
Ultimate is
Your
ready.
right tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Okay.
Enemy down.
That's too bad.
No, man. I had to try for something. Like, they didn't know I TP'd? I don't understand why he stopped his back. Some sussy stuff right there.
Completed.
Yeah, I was just going for something desperate because it's pretty much over anyway.
Your right tower is under attack.
I think Harry should stop doing resets, honestly, while the game has such a low player base. Yeah. I had beats, but I wouldn't have survived. Bot shows up the second that I jump in, so it's too late.
Enemy missing left.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
You gotta think he will call for reports if he wins this game? No, probably not.
Your middle tower
That would be
is
very
under
surprising.
attack.
Caps just need something to blame once the game is done. That's about it. Half the time I don't even think he means it. He just really wants to type.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your middle tower is under attack.
But yeah, I mean in games like this, there's not really much to do. We should just surrender. We're not late into the game enough for me to potentially like solo carry this. And I don't think we're getting there.
Ally has been slain.
A heroic effort.
Your left
We
tower
just
is
shut
under
down the biggest one though. Small chance.
Be right back. I'm building steps.
I need the
Be careful left.
He's just getting completely hammered in left. What's happening, man?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Just stay in your tower. It's really not that difficult.
Attack.
Oh. Big.
Enemy has been slain.
Amazing.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Dude, what are you building? I mean, he's not going to be against anything scary on the magical side, I suppose, in terms of the players.
Enemies at the gold attack. Enemy spotted.
Defend the gold fury.
We're not going for gold, man.
Retreat.
Ah.
On my way. Sorry. The enemy team has destroyed the
Man.
gold fury.
We're really just chasing the Cabrakan here instead of going for gold?
Your middle tower is under attack.
I mean... Okay. Yeah. Alright. And my 3 to go off.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
I don't know who would press no here. Probably the Poseidon just for being salty, but...
Defeat.
There's just a very confused mid laner and ADC in this one, unfortunately. There's always someone. He's gonna fucking hit up the enemy if that's what it takes. Always gonna report someone. It's so funny, man. Captain's hilarious for that. Ah, shit. But yeah, I'm gonna try and enjoy the game to my best ability. And just not think about too much about the matchmaking, because I enjoy Smite a lot, but the matchmaking is making it so unenjoyable right now that I'll just play until I feel like it's a bit annoying or he starts to get to me, and then I'll just stop and just take it from there, because I do want to play. But holy shit, is the matchmaking just absolute dog shit now. We're kind of just back to where we were before, where it always felt like there's like a few people who are not supposed to be in the games. I actually think we hit a pretty good spot where that wasn't the case anymore. Before this reset. This reset has been so fucking bad. God damn it. Speaking of bad. Me. Stop hitting shit. Wait, I regen health on some. No, man. Oh well. I think I remember regening health actually on landing perfectly, I believe. It's not really on you, Okami. I don't think it would have made a difference if you saved him once or twice. He was just very adamant on fighting when he should not be fighting. Like, he could have been fine. Like, Poseidon is still one of those gods that, even if you fall behind, you still have a pretty legit chance of coming back later just because of the amount of damage you can put out. And especially into Obari, I would say, because she's a low mobility god. Not someone who can always just get out of the Kraken. Like, if anything, he had a bigger chance than you might expect. He just needed to not die. And I don't think he was able to do that. Ooh, the question is, am I gonna die here? Yeah, also guys, I started playing, like, it's kind of been a franchise I've been going back and forth with. Just taking breaks because it's a long fucking franchise in the Yakuza series. Or the Yakuza series. Slash Like a Dragon, as they're called now. There's a lot of fucking games there, man. But I just finished the 6th one. So now I'm getting to kind of like the reboot of those games. I'm kind of excited about that. I know they're gonna be a bit different, like they're changing the combat. It's gonna be turn-based or something now. At least until some of the newer ones. I know some of them still have the old combat. But I'm still pretty excited. I don't really mind turn-based. I prefer action combat, but I don't mind turn-based if it's good. And a bit more engaging. And I heard pretty good stuff about this one, so I'm excited. I'm gonna play it after the stream. Once I'm done playing Smite. Do you like the side game? I do, but since I kind of, in a way, binged all the games, I wouldn't say binged. Like, I've been playing them for like maybe like a year and a half or so since I started with the first one in Yakuza 0. And I don't want to do too much of it because I feel like I'm just gonna burn out on it. Like all the mini games, you know, they kind of just show up again in the next game. So no, I have not been doing all the mini games every single time because that's just too much. There's a lot of fucking content in minigames in these games, but I've been trying them, yes, here and there, in the different games. But it is a very like silly game in general. Like it loves to take itself not serious. Unless you're talking about the main story, then the main story generally takes itself pretty serious at times, or for the most part. It still has some fun moments here and there, but in general, all the side stuff is just super goofy. It's very, very charming. And it's incredibly funny. It has good writing. I definitely recommend them, but they're a big... I assume you can probably just start with the new ones if you really wanted to. I just really wanted all of it. Like, when I start a franchise, I have a hard time starting in the middle of it. Like, I want all of it. I want to see why people love the franchises. Like, a franchise that has over, like... I guess, whatever, 9 games or some shit now, cannot be bad. I want to see why people like it, you know? I want to start from the very beginning. Unless the beginning is just known as being absolute dog shit, then maybe I'll just watch, like, a video of it or some shit, like, but I always kind of want to get that info with me. I don't want to start with the newer games. Especially because I also like seeing the older games evolve to what they have become and what they are now. All that stuff is very endearing to me. What's the point of this game? You mean haste? It's just a what's it called, like a speedrunner game? Like in general, the goal is to just get to the goal, you know, run through the goal. But now I'm in an endless mode, so now we just keep running for as long as you can. Dodging shit. I'll try DMPK, but that shit's never open. I try to get it for myself too, always, but no. Apparently not. Let's get Afron. Solban.
Select
Interesting.
your god.
See if jungle wants Kali. I'll still just play it myself if I have to, but yeah. Alright. Target banning you, yeah. You could have just told me a DM. I could have gone Hades if you wanted me to. Still, Morrigan is still good. Like, double Kali? That's still very good. Like, how would we lose a team fight with double Kali? Didn't know it was open? Fair enough. Yeah, I know the reason why I didn't pick the Hades was because Kali is good into Hades. Specifically in lane. Like, what is Hades gonna do if I jump him? Right, he might ult, but my ult is, like, kind of, almost acts like a counter to his, so... That's another reason why. If they're both open, I would pick the Kali. But if Kali was out, I would have picked Hades. No, we're good. It's just debate. It's been happening a lot lately. Sometimes if people disconnect and they come back, it still shows them as connecting. Happened quite a few times in my last stream. Shit's fast. It's catching up to me. No. No, stay away. I don't see the portal. Where is it? No, they're tapping out. Okay, I'm safe. It tapped me out, but luckily I was able to get back in this time. Okay. What am I against? Achilles? Yeah, it's gonna be Kami again, I guess. Okay. Should be easier than the Cabrakan at least. Just not early. Early is gonna be pretty tough. I do think Achilles has one of the best like early levels in lane specifically. If you're good at auto cancelling with his 3, that shit's gonna do so much damage.
You rock!
find a worthy opponent.
Woohoo!
Celebrate this bloodshed.
They have a very heavy physical comp. Maybe. Oh, you know what? Actually, I will go Helm of Radiance this game then. All right, that fits me. But can't really be before my stacking.
Stay here.
I do need to finish my stacking stuff first.
I'll defend.
Yes.
Minions have spawned.
Enemy spotted.
On my way.
Stand your ground.
Nice job.
I don't understand why I don't hit level 2 there. I thought I got both the small creeps.
Enemy spotted.
Yes.
Guess that wasn't enough. They really do have a few small things that really just needs to be fixed in terms of XP in Smite 2. Because it's just giga awkward at times.
Enemies have returned to base.
Nice job. On my way. Cancel that. Sorry.
Just Phytos dealing with caps over there. That's really bad.
Be right back.
Pretty sure he's gonna be level 5 now. Very, very early on this Cupid. And he was in the right jungle, so I'm chilling the fuck out.
Nice job.
Thanks.
You rock.
Vicious.
Yeah, he's there.
Yes. Vicious. Enemy
I have
spotted.
eyes.
Base.
I saw him on the right jungle.
On my way.
He might not have died if he didn't hit me. I think the creeps might have finished him off.
An unfortunate misstep.
On my way. Be right back.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Cupid ult.
Retreat.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The rain shall wash them away.
Could probably have gone on him when he dashed there, but But at the same time, with Athena not being level 5, I just don't really want to take the risk dying early again. Not again. Ah, fucking hell, man. It's always a risk with the Athena jungle, because it's so good mid and late game, but it's so bad early. And Caps is really taking advantage of that.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing. Enemy missing.
The rain shall wash them away. Very strong. Move like a triple kill. Your left tower is under attack.
Gotta be careful that he didn't TP or some shit.
The enemy team has
of
destroyed
course
the
they use some
Golden
gold.
Fury. Are you ready?
This might be a stupid question, considering how much I've been playing Colony lately, but how the fuck do I even choose my target? There we go.
Be careful, miss.
I always forget about it.
Enemy ultimate down. That was incredible.
Oh, my horrific.
Yes.
Dude, oh my fucking god, man. Just ult or something! Please, Athena. God damn it, man. Like, I'm begging you. Anything.
Your right tower is under attack.
Oh. That was bad by me, but for some reason I always kind of expected Athena to ult too.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Guys, I'm holding things back. I'm really trying not to be rude. I want to say things.
Ally has been slain.
Oh, they're both dead.
Double kill.
Okay. Enemy ultimate down. Enemy ultimate down.
Sorry. Your middle tower is under attack.
Be right back.
I'm going for this. I don't even care.
Someday we'll find a worthy opponent.
We gotta take risks, boys. It's time for the risks. I don't want another repeat of last game because people can't just sit back and just farm. Please. I'm not asking for much here. Why are we so far up and left then? Fall back!
Completed.
I lost my tower so early because of this too. Oh, we're reporting. I'm not releasing my inner caps. I can't do it. No, I mean, I'm getting a little tilted because it feels like Athena is not doing anything. But it's kind of, I mean, it's an Athena jungle, right? That shit never does anything early.
Gate on my
Your
way.
left tower has been destroyed.
Attack.
The rain shall wash them away.
Attack the gold. Attack the gold.
Getting my stacks on him, that's great. Love that. Just tank it up, boys. Why am I the one tanking it? Unfortunate. We still got him, so still worth it. And I got the kill, so still. I was really hoping someone else would tank that shit for me. Let's get Radiance.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy.
It's alright, I'm staying calm. Calm and collected. Because this late game is gonna be so easy. I can feel it.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
An enemy has been slain.
I'm excited.
Nice job. Ultimate is ready.
Ultimate down.
Enemies have returned to base. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
We need war. Celebrate this bloodshed.
What magic skill Kali have? Her whole kit scales with intelligence in Smite 2. And that made her pretty broken.
Enemy ultimate down.
What is this?
Enemy
On
spotted.
my way.
Enemy has been slain.
Why? Dude, these initiations are so bad. So bad. Shit. Don't mind my random moaning. I'm just in pain. I'm just suffering. Let's see the scaling though. So her jump does not. Her 2 does have a lot, and her 3 is double the strength scaling, or the in scaling to the strength scaling. And also better on her, pretty much everything except for the jump scales better with it. So there is literally no reason to go attack speed on her. Though some people still do it. Like, it's not like she's bad with it. It's just she can essentially one-shot people with full end instead.
I will ward.
Retreat!
Enemies have returned to base. Cancel. Enemy spotted.
An enemy has been slain.
All gate left lane.
I mean, you can just fall back on her, you know? You don't have to keep fighting, but that's so weird. Whatever. I also just realized the level difference as well. Like, my dude, just fall back. I have to kill.
Fabuloso!
Your middle tower is under attack. On my way. Defend!
Yes. May fate favor you. There are gods in the
Close.
On my way.
Wash them away!
On my way. Enemies behind us.
No, that wasn't my stacks! Oh, Honor is just so confused. It sucks. I almost got Cupid.
Fabuloso!
The Pyromancer has arrived. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
That's so unfortunate. I just went all in. Yeah, a lot of people are getting used to aspects on gods, and just the changes from Smite 1 to 2. I can definitely see why some people are still confused about what some gods do. Someone like me who obviously plays every day isn't really that confused, but when something new comes out, like Acne ADC took a little while to get used to, you know? I get it. Because that shit's been ingrained, like that shit has been the same for so long, but now it's very different. Like, people also thought Kali was dog shit when she came out. Turns out, literally half a day later, people realized how incredibly broken she is, because it just one-shots you when she has a few items online. But people hated this in the beginning. But legitimately, she made the game way more fun. She's so much fun to play like this.
Enemy has been slain. Wash them away!
Save yourself.
Get out on her, my dude! repair for him. Oh my god, on her. What has he been building? He does no damage. Oh, no. Yes. Guys, I'm triggering. He's built this so bad. I don't want to be mean. I don't want to say anything, but you can definitely tell that he is not supposed to be in this game. Again. It's the same shit. As it always is.
Thanks.
No problem.
It's the new tech, yeah, I'm waiting. I can't wait for him to show it off. It's gonna be great. Did we get dagger? No, Kami hasn't, okay.
Be careful left. Enemies in middle lane.
Yes. Help middle lane.
Enemies in left lane.
On my way.
Retreat, retreat. Your team has destroyed a right.
Oh, you move like a
Nice
jaguar.
Help.
Your
Completed.
middle tower is under attack. Nice job. Enemy ultimate down.
I'll be there.
Ultimate is down. Ultimate is down. Retreat.
We don't need to fight this, boys.
Be careful.
Yeah, we just defend. It's better.
Be careful. Be
I
careful.
excel.
I don't have
every
ult in
way.
50.
Ally has been slain. Retreat.
Like, I literally just said it even.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. Be right back.
Enemies at the gold fury.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Enemy middle careful. Enemy spotted.
Be careful.
Oh, it's so tragic. It's so tragic. I got baited again because for some reason we're trying to defend gold.
I'll be there.
The rain shall wash them away.
Still, we got the 2 carries, so it's not horrible just yet.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ally has been slain.
Yeah, I need to get better at just choosing my targets every single time.
Save yourself. Save yourself.
Don't tell me he has kins. Where is he?
Your middle phoenix.
Oh, he doesn't. Man. Man.
Celebrate this bloodshed.
Your left
Man.
phoenix is under attack.
Okay, what the fuck was that? Hello? What, was that just Shell? Dude, it was so big! Why is Shell fucking huge? Oh well. It's over anyway. It's Jover.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemies behind us.
Wait, doesn't that poly? Did you miss a poly shot?
Your right tower is under attack.
Wherever there are gods in need.
We're really fishing for these kills that we're not getting.
is under attack.
If I could get Rod, level 20 and then Rod, I can start actually one-shotting.
Your right tower is under attack.
I knew he was going for speed. Wanted to see if I could catch him before. He backed off, but nope.
Enemies at the fire giant.
Yeah, they have a fucking sentry on anyway. Alright, giving it up.
Enemies at the fire giant.
Sorry. The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant. No problem.
Complete it.
That's fair.
Save yourself. I will not fall.
There are gods beneath.
Enemy missing.
Yes.
It's great. I'm gonna get neat ulted.
On my way.
I'm just gonna keep running. Otherwise he's gonna stop me again.
Defend right lane.
Your right phoenix is under attack.
Completed.
Your right phoenix has been destroyed.
An enemy has been slain.
Nice job. Your titan is under attack. Your titan is under attack. Ultimate is ready. Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your left phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
Okay. Celebrate this bloodshed.
Attack. Thanks.
I protected my heel.
They're definitely giving us way more than we deserve right now. They're just overstaying like crazy. Almost full build now. Actually, my target is fine. I'll stick to Neath. It's probably the easiest. It's either that Cupid or Uller. Like, it's always just random. Whoever's just in the worst spot for me to go on, so...
Attack. On my way.
Be careful.
Time for a well-earned rest.
On my way. Gate.
Enemies behind us.
Ultimate is down. Be careful.
Boys, just kill the ones behind us instead of chasing. Why are we chasing in mid when there's literally 2 people running around behind that could just be free kills instead? Just need a bit more minimap awareness.
Wash them away. Nice job.
Neith should just have been dead there. Defend.
Vicious.
I'm a complaining bot this game. I need to mind my own business.
Defend left lane.
On my way. The enemy team has destroyed the
That was a
pyramid.
terrible ward.
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Enemy spotted. Ward here.
On my way.
Defend the fire giant.
Sorry.
Completed.
They do know I'm here.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Long. Enemy ultimate down. Save yourself. They fought well.
An enemy has been slain. Ooh, an ally has been slain.
Retreat.
That's really good that Athena actually got him there.
I help those who do their best.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
Move! Just getting fucking blocked. Just try to move past. Tough crowd.
Hey. Your right Phoenix is under attack. Your right Phoenix has been destroyed. Your middle Phoenix.
This front line is so hard to get through because we don't have an ADC that can actually kill them.
I will not let you fall. Ultimate is ready.
It's so tough.
Your left Phoenix is under attack. Your left Phoenix has been destroyed.
On my way.
Your Titan is under attack.
Avenue.
Your Titan is under attack. Your Titan is under attack. Sorry. Good game.
It's literally it. He doesn't have, like, his build is just god. Well, this would probably deal damage to a tank now. It's just that he's bad. I'm sorry to say, but On Her was just not good in this game. Caps is always there to lighten the mood. It's not really the On Her's fault though. Like obviously it is, but more like looking at it from a matchmaking perspective, he just shouldn't be here. That's not his fault. Yeah, it is what it is, Sync. Not really much to do about it. It's been happening for too long for me to get annoyed at this point. in a way, even more than on her this game, I was more annoyed about what Athena was doing this game. Because Athena just kind of fucked the early game so badly. But the fact that we didn't have an ADC for late game made it real fucking tough. Because their front line was doing whatever they wanted, and there's no way they should have played the way they did if we had an ADC that actually did damage. But I mean, it is ranked, so it's bound to happen. It's not like tanks are bad. They're just... Well, let me rephrase. Tanks are bad. But if you're against someone who doesn't know how to deal with a tank, then yeah, they're gonna be pretty good. They're still a tank. And I probably could kill one of the tanks somewhat fast, but I couldn't afford to. I had to go on the carries instead. But that's also the thing, like I don't want to be rude to the on her. God damn it, I'm hitting everything. He tried his best, like that's it. I don't really see a reason to trash on him unless he is, you know, being rude about it. Some people who is in the same position as him sometimes have a gigantic ego and blames everything else but themselves. That shit I can't take. Then I will start saying stuff. But if he's just there taking it, just trying his best, I can't really fault him for that. Like, what am I gonna say? Do better? It's not really gonna work. I don't think they were all bad. I think they did alright. I would think it was mainly the fact that Athena gave up too much early and that we lacked ADC damage going into late game. Then I thought we would have been fine. But, I mean, you saw on her positioning. He was just always out of position. And never in a position where he was actually able to just hit a tank. He needs to stay behind me, or at least AUG 1. But, yeah. Hey Mixer, thank you so much for the subs, man. Really appreciate it. What's the occasion? I appreciate it. I just don't think I stream enough to really warrant it, but thank you, man. Lovely mentality, yeah. I mean, to me, it's just common sense. But I appreciate it, man. Alright, Streamlabs. I don't know if you guys are hearing this, because it happened last time I got gifted subs as well, but that shit does not stop playing, and I need to fix that real fast. I'm pretty sure it only plays 5 times, but it's somewhat long. But I don't think you guys hear it because I turned off my desktop sounds. But yeah, I mean, congrats to Pinda, Just Jones, Basic, a bunch of random letters, and Pillows for those subs. Now we have a small collection of emotes from my channel. I haven't really done much with this for a while. I haven't really been particularly serious about streaming for a while, but I do have some emotes. And now we have a badge. There's also a badge. And I believe 6 months is the highest badge you can get. But for now, it's just a nice looking GH, obviously, meaning Game Hunter. It's already been 3 hours? Damn. I guess I have been having fun today, despite the bad games. Definitely don't feel like I've been here for 3 hours. It might just be because the chat has been active. Makes it easier to just stream and just talk rather than always focusing on the game. But let me see if I can end on a win at least. I'll say it now. I'll play until I get a win. So if I lose again, I'll probably do another one. But I do have a limit of like 2 hours from now, so... But I'll keep playing until I win. And just stop earlier if it comes to that. So I can make dinner in good time. Yeah, you win two of my games, Mixer. You were Bacchus. I was playing ADC in that game. as well. Oops. Tapped out. Well, that sucks. I'm not banning actually, never mind. I don't need to do anything this time. Now I'm just fucked anyway though. You'll be winning this one. Am I against you though, Nate? I don't know. That sounds kind of scary. Oops. Dude, why am I so slow? Or why is that so fast? Both, maybe? I'm still not picking. It's so weird for me not to be first pick now. I've been first pick for so long because my high is RP4. And now in my early queues as well, I tend to be first. I'm glad I'm not though. And someone else can take care of picks and bans. But then I will complain if I'm against some bullshit. I'm not, but I might. Oh, I also forgot to show the game. Oh well, whatever. The game being haste. What are we looking at? Hades is open. I guess I'll just do that. It was dodged. It's over. Almost never top pick now. I shouldn't be. With my SR, I can tell you that much. With how much I've been losing today, I'm pretty sure I'm like 4.4 now. I've been losing like 200 SR today. I am on a losing streak. Except for a single game in the middle where I did win. Playing Aphrodite. Dude, this shit is fast, yeah. I mean, it isn't the hardest difficulty in this mode. My last life. Yeah, it's really fast. It's already catching up. I have to land perfectly every time to get enough speed, I guess. Just gotta say fuck all these sparks. Just go for the speed only. Oh, this fucking map is terrible as well for building speed. Yep. And there are no speed circles either. It's Jover. Yeah, the soft reset sucks. It was just terrible. The game does not have enough players to do a soft reset and make it balanced. It was actually kind of good how it was before. The top people would be against the top people, and now we're just all mixed again. It feels really bad because the skill level varies so much, and it's very easy for someone who is just, you know, okay at the game to get to 4K SR. The really good players generally would have like 5K plus. At least. But that's another problem that there is in Smite 2, is that there's no limit to SR, which there absolutely should be. It's just unlimited, you can just keep going, and it's stupid. It means the ones that just play a lot end up being so far ahead that it almost screws up the matchmaking again, because they're so high in SR. it started happening again to me once I was rank 3 or 4 on the leaderboard in SR. And that shit was... It just fucked up in the matchmaking. Yeah, imagine drawing 6k to 4k and trying to grind back, it doesn't feel good. It doesn't. Like, this reset here was so bad for me mentally that I took like a few days break on top of also just almost having like a breakdown in Nika's chat. Like, this wasn't good for me. I'm kind of, you know, I came back now. I'm fine. I kind of controlled myself a bit. Now I'm just here enjoying the game again, but this fucking reset did things to me. And I'm pretty calm and collected for the most part. But my god. That first day when the reset happened was so unenjoyable to me that I actually just wanted to quit on the spot. I almost did. Glad you're back, yeah. I can't quit until Vamana comes. We'll see. If they fuck up Vamana, I'm out. It's done. But Apollo's coming. I mean, that's a big motivator. Apollo's one of my favorite gods of all time. Like, top 3. So I need to play him. I actually do want to see real fast where my SR is at now. 4. I mean, I'm still at 4.4. I don't know, maybe I'm just not losing anything almost for these games, but like, I have 5 losses and then 1 win. And I'm almost where I started. I also keep forgetting to show this fucking game that I'm still playing in the back. I'm just talking to you guys though. I do hope it picks up as well. I mean, if it just sucks, right? Because I mean, the layoffs definitely just put a stop to how well it was actually going for Smite 2. The layoffs were huge. It was bad. It was going so well. So I can't fully blame Hi-Res either. Like, it's not really developers' fault that the layoffs happened, you know? Yes, we have Nate. Fuck yeah, man. Now we win. Oh my god. No, man. Who's Q sniping? Or stream sniping? What is this? Can't believe they banned Ymir. It's okay, it was probably according to Nate's plan. I'm sure he has something else in mind. Alright, let me focus on what I actually want to pick here. What's open? The usual stuff is banned, I guess. No Hades this time. Might just pick up Mordred.
Select
Give that a go
your
again.
god.
It's either pick Mordred or just try for a carry again, but if I'm meeting like the usual people, like Kamiya or some shit in solo again, I'm just gonna end up meeting a tank, and I'm just gonna be sitting in lane for the whole game. I'll do a Guan Yu game. Fuck it. I'll do a Guan Yu game. Caps Banjimir? Oh. Is it Caps though? Doesn't seem like Caps to play Bari though. But yeah, whoever banned probably knows about you specifically, and is probably watching the stream right now. Who is it? Who are you? Absolute criminal. Oh yeah, I need to put on the aspect. There we go. Oof. They have healers. If we don't buy anti-healing, we're cooked. Purple orb? That's crazy. I can't believe we're against purple orb. I thought we had a chance to win. Now I'm not so sure.
Oh, hello.
Do I just do beats? I could do ages as well.
Enemies incoming. Okay.
Not having beats is definitely gonna be annoying into bots. I think I'll just still go beats for once on Guan Yu.
Yes. Yes.
Would anti-heal work on something like FG region? It's a good question. I don't actually know if it does. Probably. I would assume that it does. But actually, no. I don't think healing, anti-healing affects region. But maybe I'm completely wrong on that. I've never played the game before. I couldn't tell you. I have no idea. I don't know this game. I also feel like it shouldn't affect HP 5. Because it's kind of a separate thing. It's not a heal, you know? So.
Okay.
Minions have spawned.
Don't worry, I'm full of energy.
The second time someone has used their active right in front of me by accident today.
Follow me.
Enemy missing.
Cancel that. Enemy spotted.
We're so late to this now. I'm just gonna stay. I'm gonna be late anyway.
Sorry, I believe in you.
That's too bad.
I lost two creeps? Yikes.
Back off.
Enemies incoming. Yes. Be careful.
What? How's this shit hitting me?
Very strong. Your right tower is under attack.
We gotta hit your ones, brother. I know I missed already, but I guess it's a first game issue. It's my first game as well.
Aphrodite is a pretty annoying fucking matchup for Quan as well.
I'm gonna try to stun Sobek and then you hit one.
No bits on whole bats behind you.
An enemy has been slain.
I'm safe.
The rain shall wash them away.
Bro, your dash was kinda crazy, not gonna lie.
Nice job. Enemy missing middle. Back off.
You killed him though. Body beats.
No bits on bats, we go there. Nice stun already, I think.
Yeah, it sucks. If I was just 5 earlier, that would have been good.
Yeah, she got blue. It's unlucky. No ult on bats, so you should be fine.
Your middle tower
love you.
is under attack.
Yeah, that could have been a really good fight if I had my ult. Like, when they were in front of our tower here, if I had my ult
No
there, it
bits
would be
mid lane.
perfect. But at
You
the
can
same
maybe
time,
ult him.
Aphro still had ult, so... But even so, I think Guan is quite good into the Aphro ult, because he doesn't know for sure when I actually land. He could just wait and react to it, but I could just sit on it and get a bunch of damage off in time.
The rain shall wash them away.
I've seen nothing like you.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You're level 4, bro, don't be scared. I mean, they're gonna be level 5 now, so be scared.
Going left, going left.
I'll trade an ult. Because mine is gonna be up way sooner than his, because of Chronos Pendant. My god, mouth, do you function?
An enemy has been slain.
Body ult, so like ult.
I will not let you fall. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Come on, cooldowns. Come on, cooldowns.
Good job.
In all my years, I've seen nothing like you.
I took a risk, simply hoping his shit wasn't gonna go good.
I think Cap's mental is already down.
Oh, it's one. I've been so focused on my lane, I didn't realize what happened on the other side of the map. They've been smacking. That's great. Let's get this cooldown.
The rain shall wash them away.
For sure, mate.
Enemy ultimate down.
An enemy has been slain.
I missed my one. I'm so bad.
That's fine. Didn't need it anyway.
Ras should be there as well. He's very strong.
He's back.
Where's his beats, please, if possible?
An enemy has been slain.
Good job.
Rabbits.
Ultimate is down. Don't be sad.
I will not let you fall.
I do like the aspect more on Guan. It definitely feels better than none, since you're doing this int build anyway.
Let you fall. Enemy missing right.
I don't know why he's mid, but I guess I'll take an hour for it.
I'm getting chased by Ra as well. Can we collapse?
I'm coming. Bad sweets. Haven't I you?
Go,
That was
Nefra.
my
I
bad.
hope in. Unfortunate. Had to try it.
My bad, I went early. Sorry. Run ult.
Lockdown.
I don't want to fight, to be honest.
Yeah, we should.
Completed.
I lost a full wave for this fight as well. My wave just won that so heavily.
On my way, sad.
Going left, pathing straight, right.
On my way. Ultimate is ready.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing.
Engage left lane.
He just TP'd. He just TP'd left.
Heard it.
Enemy spotted.
Oh my god. I heard Sobek Black, I think.
Hey,
you
he's
know.
here. He's here.
We are on gold, we are on gold, be careful.
No ultra.
Okay, I guess.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
E-Beast.
Your right tower
Habits.
is under attack.
Careful with the bush.
Bots probably took my back camps. Don't even think I want to check them.
I know
you're
ult
fine.
and no beats. Oh, he must have ult there right now. I don't know. I don't know his cooldowns. I have ult in 30. They're going right. Three people are going right.
On my way.
Silence these trespassers.
That sucks. I was trying to heal, but not that it would matter anyway.
Holy shit.
Enemy has been slain.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Yeah, I don't need to do much this game. My team's got this. I'll be bait if I need to.
Yes.
Classic beats.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Paths in left.
Your left tower is under attack.
This game is tempting me to do another one, but I do think I'm gonna leave after this one. For the better. I'm not gonna repeat what I did yesterday, which was doing,
Combats on Sobek.
which was actually just being a bit annoyed and then
Solar,
doing
you
another
okay?
one, and I ended up in a much worse scenario.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I mean, I think we should pause now. If he isn't answering.
I literally misclicked.
Unfortunately.
And we cannot pause. Okay, I thrown. I'll defend mid.
Be careful, right?
No, your middle tower is under attack.
3 right side.
For rise over the wall.
They
Just
made
go straight to
GP,
gold.
but we can,
Body beats.
can do it. Yeah.
But it's all
Also
down.
is here. Body no beats.
That's crazy. Why are they here?
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
They're really worth. They're on fire for sure.
Tower is under attack.
Yep. They are.
Killing body and then TP.
He's very low. He's
The enemy team has
That's why.
destroyed the fire giant.
just a classic, isn't it?
I'm going. Tipping.
Aw, don't be sad. Back off. Come, my doves.
Divine Ruin lasts for so long too.
I will not let you fall. The pyromancer has arrived.
Nah, I shouldn't have fist for that guy. She's useless anyway right now.
I will not let you fall.
Enemies in the right jungle. Enemy spotted.
I have very anti-heal. Many anti-heal.
Foreman here with fire. No beats. Combats.
I'm very low.
Group for heals.
That guy has no beats.
I'm gonna back. FTP.
Don't be sad.
Your middle tower is under attack. Retreat is sometimes necessary. Your middle tower is under attack.
What next? What could I potentially go for next?
That guy's
He's
alone,
alone.
right?
He's alone.
No, he's not.
He's not alone?
He was baiting.
Enemy spotted.
Enemies in left lane.
I can solo that guy, he has no beats.
And no ult.
Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah, we're
Just
still
fucking
only
back.
14.
Enemy missing.
On my way. The enemy team has destroyed the gold fjord.
No, buddy.
I mean, I'm tanking, bro.
I fucking trolled. I
Just
went
go,
for
just
the
go.
combat.
If I didn't take
Yeah,
it, just
my
go.
bad, my bad.
The rain shall wash them away.
Be careful, Barry can come. Maybe STP or something.
Come here for heals. Gonna help your cooldowns as well.
Just group up for fire. We have to fight this. Ra doesn't have beats. Barry doesn't have beats. I don't have TP.
Body no ult for probably like 20 seconds.
No beats as well. Be careful, I'm coming.
Bot salt.
Destroyed the pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack.
They do have global bits, I think. Yeah.
Also
Global
big beats, unfortunately. I have gold. I forgot to press beats.
The rain shall wash them away.
Can we kill Barry? Oh my god.
Has been slain.
Sobek chasing to you slowly.
Can we help? I think this is good. I think we can kill Ra.
Yeah.
We just need
Alright.
people.
Sobek here.
Nice, 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 nice.
I'm jumping.
Yeah, go for it.
Fuck me. Fuck me, man. My bad.
It's fine, just go fire.
I'm tipping right. I have Sander.
Someone else take dagger. I shouldn't be the one.
Let's go back.
That's no ult, no bits.
He forgot I have Negan. Guys,
What is it, tower,
they
please?
still have tier 1. They still have tier 1. I wanna do some towers first before doing gold.
Yep. We should go all towers, I think. You can push mid tier too as well. No bits on bats, no ult.
I'm just getting her ult. That's fine, that's alright.
The pyromancer has arrived.
I wouldn't go gold tier still.
I mean, they are. I think
We
they are
have to get
trying
it here,
fight.
because otherwise they might get it.
Yeah, true. I will split mid then.
They are here. They are here. I don't.
Flanking. Combats no ult.
I'm on back.
That's in the back.
Body beats. Don't die. Don't die.
We wait to split in
Should
these
I
fights. We need to
together?
group way more, boys. We have to go on. Just let me heal you guys.
Probably won't be any more fights.
No, I don't think they can end yet. You two up pretty soon.
Tower has been destroyed. Your middle Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
I mean, we did fire 2 towers. We tried to do gold without backing.
No, we
Maybe
got
that
it.
wasn't the play.
Yeah, we should have backed. I had 4k gold.
I had an item as well.
It's whatever. We can still get rid of a fire here. I'm gonna try and get 20.
Throw here. He's strong.
They stopped doing pyro.
She just solo me. She just fucking solo me. No ult after, no ultra.
Suddenly this game is super losable.
When you are alive, if they try to siege or something, you could just go take the mid. I don't know. I think you can.
I need Boomba's dagger, I think.
If you want Nagas, you can just take it.
I will snake.
Let's back and get this. I feel like haven't had any impact in the games today.
Yes.
The general team fight process today. I'm not sure what to do. Well, one of the big reasons why in the games we've had on the we've been on the same team was a massive lack of ADC presence. So their tanks could do whatever they wanted. We could not.
Maybe you want to hold the fight, and I push mid.
I mean, I think I just. I don't know if I want to die for the fire. To be honest.
No, but like you can maybe hold them on fire. Now I get mid. Oh, never mind.
Off HP.
Hope it is coming.
It's down. Get down. That's bot ult.
Sovek block. We don't have go through.
How much beats? Combat's no beats.
Don't die, just don't die, don't die.
So
trolling
awkward.
if they try to end.
Your Titan is under attack. Your Titan is under attack.
Already off HP.
Up in 10.
Your Titan is under attack.
Holy shit, they ended.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. I trolled.
That really just sucks. That was a gigantic throw, but fuck me, man. Ugh. That's so bad that we lost this game. The problem is, Okami, when you don't have an ADC, or just in general, like if you like an either like big mage damage or an ADC, you're gonna feel it as a frontline. Because that simply means you're gonna die, potentially, and if you do, there's a high chance their frontline is probably still alive doing just well. You can trade like a frontline for a frontline, you know? But that also requires the same amount of damage output, and that's often not the case. Like in that game, we felt it, because like it was the double Kali game, like the Morrigan Kali game, I believe. Like their frontline was untouched. That's because our ADC had unfortunately, pretty bad fucking build. He had a terrible build and he wasn't good. Or at least, I should say, wasn't the same, like, he wasn't on par with the rest of us in that game. So he struggled. And there's not really much we can do as a frontline to really prevent that from happening. Like, that's just a skill problem, unfortunately. It is actually just a skill issue. Like, I think me and Morrigan maybe could have carried hard enough, but we needed like the right scenario. Like we needed like an easy one shot or something like that. Like we needed an advantage to win that game in those fights, which we did have sometimes, but for the most part, the front line was just untouched. I think that game would have been very easy if we just had some ADC damage, like at all, just a little bit. But he just went for all the, like, I would say all, but he went for some weird items that don't really work very well in the current meta, or as good. And he didn't have any crit. I think maybe he had Rage, but he didn't have Deathbringer or even Wind Demon. Is that what it's called? Demon Blade? Demon Blade. Whatever it's called. So he just didn't have enough damage. He might have had the pen in the end. He just didn't have the damage output. Cypher played bad. Yeah, I mean, he played alright, I think, but we just threw that game really bad. We had no reason to lose that game. Damn it. Tapped out. There we go. Sounds like you should have carried harder. Yeah, you're right. I'm gonna try this. Let's see how this goes. I'm gonna say it, because people are just gonna pick it, right? Every time. Ultimately, the only gameplay you can change is your own. I think supports disagree with you. At least you might make them sad, though, by saying it.
Select your god.
Let's try this Acne ADC thing that everyone is going crazy about. Surely I can play this. Because I have played so much Acne in Smite 2. It's gonna go terrible. It's gonna be bad. You kill at level 2. Alright. I believe you. I'll do my best to get fed at level 2. Let's see. Smells like a Beats game. Maybe? Is that an Afro support? Or is it a Baron support? Sub is just a sad roll, yeah it is. I couldn't do it. I definitely couldn't do it. I think I do Aegis. Do I do a turfing though? Or do I just rush like Rage? You know, I'll try turfing. Oof. True sub, I want to see my teammates shine. Yeah, you're one of the good ones. Definitely one of the good ones.
Good luck.
No.
Okay, no. That's too bad.
Who are we actually against? Oh, Nate. No! Nate, why? I mean, we both need the wins, I guess. There is a purple orb again. Dude, it's gonna be solo this time? Or mid, maybe? No, it's gonna be solo. Damn it! Dude, that would have been great for me to meet last game. I needed that. The purple or Bari? Fuck. Don't you dare fucking invade. You absolute nasties. Nate, how could you do this to me? Do you hate me? How could you invade me? Oh, I think there's a hair in my mouse. Damn, you stole it too. Look at him. Look at him saving his teammate. What a man.
Your middle tower is under attack.
They just rained on your parade.
Done to perfection.
Yes.
Let's get level 3 before we have too much fun here.
Enemy missing right.
Enemies in the left jungle. Enemy missing middle.
Probably just doing the back camp, I would imagine. Or maybe they just backed. Wait, is he jungle? Oh, he's jungle. Interesting.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Darn it.
Your left tower is under attack.
Gank right lane. Okay.
On my way.
Your left tower is under attack.
Oops, I thought there were creeps down here.
Enemy spotted. Enemy missing middle. Cancel that.
Enemies in middle lane.
I'm out of mana. Actually, I kill if I had mana. Wild.
Enemy spotted.
On my way.
On my way.
Now, I just looked over at chat to see some responses, and I don't remember to what. So, out of context, I don't know what's happening now. I'm out of the loop myself. That sucks.
Gleaming shards.
I really want it back. I'm also playing Acne with full instant cast, so this is a bit weird for me. I'm not much of an instant cast guy.
Is under attack.
I can't finish it. I'm dumb and greedy and a stupid idiot. I'm staying around for another wave. I mean, I said it. I'm a big stupid idiot. And that's about it.
That is unfortunate. Fades gently.
I got baited by that, thinking we could maybe do something, but
Your left tower is under attack.
it's alright.
Behind us! Rain shall wash them away!
Your left tower.
I gotta learn how this acne thing works, so whatever. It's fine.
Your left tower is under attack.
So what is it? It's just a dot on autos, and then it supposedly puts like a debuff on them, right? That stacks up. And it fucking needs here. Why wouldn't he be? Go away, you ass.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way.
Depending on what happens in this game, I might become a Nate hater. Better known as a Nader.
Very strong!
Why is this going so bad so far? What's happening?
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
On my way.
Okay.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
Dude, there's no way we're getting jungle diffed by fucking Purple Orb.
The rain shall wash them away!
Enemies incoming right.
It's fine.
Cancel that. Enemies in right lane.
It's fine. I believe.
On my way!
Enemy spotted.
Enemy missing, enemy missing!
Enemies behind us.
The rain shall wash them away!
My level 8 ass. Gotta go back to farming.
Be right back. Be careful. Middle. Retreat.
This acne thing is definitely not feeling very broken early game, I can tell you that much.
Enemy ultimate down.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay.
On my way.
Good
Be
game.
careful left.
Complete.
Attack.
Your left tower
Ultimate
is
is
under
down.
attack.
Fuel for
Enemies in left
Your
lane.
middle tower is under
Enemy
attack.
missing middle.
An enemy has been slain.
Not sure I can really fight him until I have crit online.
Your left
Because
tower
ability
is
wise, I
under
definitely
attack.
don't really do any damage.
Ally has been slain. Double kill.
Do I rotate for this? I guess I do.
The rain shall wash them away.
Into the realm.
Your is under attack.
Until we meet again, forgive this momentary eclipse.
Why did he back me like that?
Pyromancer has arrived. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I mean, I understand why he's annoyed for sure. Like, Bari is definitely a tough pill to swallow at times, but like Odin into Afro should be the easiest matchup in history. But he also doesn't have a good build, I will say that. I don't know if he's listening, but I do think that's a pretty bad Odin build.
Your left tower is under attack.
Like, Shield Splitter is just terrible now. And Warriors is... Well, it's more of a personal thing, I guess. Warriors is already an Odin, but I just think Bluestone feels much better. You have absolute dog shit clear without it. Well, no, you don't, but you just have worse clear.
You are fabuloso. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh. Fuel for the fire.
Still getting used to instant cast on this.
In the right jungle.
Enemy ultimate down. Okay.
It's just back. People are coming for me. I only swapped to instant cast on Agni because it felt terrible to have normal cast on it in Smite 2. That is my only reason. Because they changed the way the bombs function on normal cast in Smite 2, and it does not feel good. I hate it. It feels like a channel. Like, once you use one, you can like keep instant casting them. It's not like a you know, press then activate. It's just a press activate, but the next bombs are now just gonna be instant, which feels super weird, and I don't like it. I missed my auto. Fuck, man. Not in the mood to deal with this fat character.
On my way.
Enemy missing.
Right lane.
On my way.
Chase me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Help!
Gank.
That's pretty huge for me.
Ultimate is ready.
That's a cuckoo. Can we chase the cuckoo?
Wash them away.
On my way.
Are we doing anything, boys? Dude, there's no way! What do we chase? The Kukulkan? No, man! Ah, what are we up to in this one? Wait, we're not chasing that? What? Okay. Alright, back to farming. That goes better. surely our late game is better.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Maybe not. I don't even know.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemies in left lane.
Okay, enemies behind us.
Gank left lane. Cancel that. Gank right lane. Enemy has been slain.
Weird. I really thought Barry was gonna be somewhere else. So, I guess I'm dead again. If only I could just be alone with Isa, it would be so much easier. Because I can take care of her so... well, somewhat easily. It's kind of a bit scary when I got ulted by her, but... if Odin wasn't there, I was just gonna have I would have just aegis it. But I really don't know what's happening here.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack. Spotted. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down.
Oh, they hit like a babe. Chase the enemy. Attack the Gold Fury. Enemies incoming. Enemy ultimate incoming.
That was just badly positioned by me. I'll take that one. That's big. I knew Kukulkan was there. I should have just gone to the left instead of the right. I just got greedy to try and get these Nami killed, but she was dead no matter what. That was just me. Just a me problem. That was really big for us. Now we're just back to being even. I'm definitely still getting used to this Acne ADC thing. Fucking supports, what are you doing? I see, that's what supports are running around doing. Instead of peeling me. Now it all makes sense. Must be nice. I think the general, I guess my first impressions on this by playing it is that it's gonna be really good late game, but it's definitely a bit meh early.
Enemies in middle lane.
Be careful middle. Enemy missing right. Enemy missing left. Ally has been slain.
Enemy ultimate down.
The rain shall wash them away. Enemy missing right.
See if I can get tower. He might just rotate though.
Ultimate is ready.
Destroy the right enemy tower.
Missing right. Retreat. Shoot off Thunderstruck.
On my way.
Ally has been slain. Save yourself. Have fun.
On my way.
On my way. Ally has been slain. Enemy has been slain.
The enemy team
We
has
need
destroyed the pyramid. Your right tower is under attack.
Back to farming.
Ward the fire giant. Hasta la vista, amigo.
Enemy ultimate down. We need wards, please.
I'm on it.
Your left tower is under attack.
Scribbly Nimbo,
Retreat.
because they do have a shit ton of healing. I do kind of want something myself to anti it a bit.
Retreat. Attack the fire giant. Attack the fire giant. Yes. On my way.
On my
Take
way.
this jungle buff. Attack.
Gank. Enemy ultimate
The enemy team has destroyed the gold
Middle
fury.
lane, middle lane, middle lane, middle lane, middle lane.
Distract them, don't
Just
tell
keep them
them
away,
to-
keep them away.
Please don't tell them to hear.
Enemy has been slain.
Free your soul.
On my way.
Ends. But honey, I'll be back.
Oh well.
Lift us into the realms of light.
Yeah, Medusa's unfortunately confused.
Has arrived.
It's not really worth it. I don't think he understands. I don't think he can see the
Enemy
viewpoint
team has
outside of his own.
destroyed the pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack.
With 2 ADCs go to fire, we get that for free. They shouldn't have been able to react to it in time.
Never forget.
Whatever. Doesn't really matter now.
On my way.
Enemies incoming left. Enemies at the fire giant. Defend. Attack.
Body incoming, body incoming. 9.
Actually losing, like, how are we getting diffed by purple orb? I don't get that
You
at
guys
all.
are so fucking unaware, it's crazy.
I did say I was gonna play until I won. Am I gonna eat my words? Because this losing streak does not seem like it wants to stop. Can't end on a loss. I have had fun playing today, like despite losing every game. It's just the ones we're losing are just crazy. Last game should not have been a loss though. We literally threw that game. I could have ended then. Now I'm here. Yeah. It's cooked. I did not mean to dash in though, I will admit. That wasn't the plan. I'm not mentally out of this one.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'll just have to try hard in solo next game, hopefully. I was hoping that if I gave solo away, at least in this game, someone was going to do something with it, but so far it hasn't been going too well for a solo laner in this one. And now it's just an Odin 8 game, which is just not great in this tank. It's bad meta for tanks. Can we just back out?
Your Titan is under attack.
I'm not sure why it was so hard for us to just run away. Like, we used the Emoji ult and Odin ult, and we're still just for some reason stuck around.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
On my way.
The rain shall wash them away.
Spari ult.
Your left tower is under attack.
Save yourself. Ally has been slain.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
Like, what do we build for Pen? Ixie? Because that doesn't really feel great, I guess. Nice. Like, we do have a nice comp. If we can just be in a situation where we actually have 5v5.
Have fun.
Enemies have returned.
Attack fire giant.
An enemy has been slain.
Later.
That's a good pick.
Activate wards. You're the life of the party.
I'll defend.
My radiance.
How? How?
Retreat. Enemies in left lane.
Enemies in middle lane.
Gang.
Oh, you can't say what the fuck? Oh, come on, Iris. Can't even say WTF?
Enemies in left lane. Left lane.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Gleaming shard. Enemies in right lane.
Ultimate is ready.
Ultimate is ready.
Full build. Maybe I can do some damage to the tanks now. By tanks, I guess it's mainly just Baron.
Enemy missing. Enemy missing.
Need healing. Be careful, right.
Completed. Enemies incoming.
Attack! Until we meet again.
On my way. Fabuloso. Enemies incoming. Retreat, retreat.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Save yourself. Double kill.
Of course, man. Fucking course, fucking Aphrodite.
Like the sun breaks the night.
Oh, what did I mean say?
Golden nectar.
What did
Just what I was looking for.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left tower is under
The caps level of rage.
tower has been destroyed.
Well, I'm happy to hear that you're having a great time as well in this game, Nate, because I'm fucking losing my mind. Imagine being the one losing to Purple Orb, man. Like, fucking hell. Have you seen what's happening? My team is so fucking afraid of Bari, they don't want to fight. How the fuck did he just kill all of us there? I can tell you why, because they all tried to run away instead of just seeing him. One stun, he dies. Just yoink him.
Enemies in left lane.
Pull his leg and he falls over and then that's it. Done.
Ward here. Enemy spotted.
Ultimate is ready.
I do not understand why we're so afraid of him. And now Odin just ints. Like, why are we going? Why are we going in here, man? Why are we initiating?
Ally has been slain. Fuel fire.
Later.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
Slain an enemy. Refuel.
Your titan is under attack.
That's huge. That's well played.
Also. Oh, you move like a
Yeah. Look at him.
Your titan is under attack.
Use of lightning. Very, very scary. Attack the fire giant.
It's huge. I'm glad Afro chased me. They could have just ended.
Attack the fire giant. Help!
On my way.
I do need this game to end, but I really hope we end on a win, because I'm not gonna go back on my word. I'm not gonna stop till I get a win. Within my time limit. I can do one more game after this, and that probably ends up being my time limit. But I was really hoping I was gonna win before this. I don't want to play anymore. I'm gonna burn myself out because I'm stupid. And I don't want to go back on my word.
Your team has destroyed the fire giant. Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Attack the full fury.
We get it so that they don't get it. We'll just get here too, but it's okay. They will want to fight, so watch out. No shell from...
Wash them away. Wash them away.
Enemy behind us.
Enemy has been slain. Attack the titan.
Rejoice in the sun's glory. Attack
Push
middle
me.
tower.
Okay, whatever.
Right, it's closer. That's fine.
Okay.
Destroy the right enemy tower. Destroy the right enemy phoenix.
Lamau. What a clutch.
Absolutely no way we ended up winning that. This was a win, but this probably was the most unsatisfying game I played today. Yeah, Nate, I have no words. This game wasn't enjoyable for me either, man. Damn, so close to beating the top damage though. Yeah, that's gonna be it. I'm done. I don't want to play this game anymore today. How much did I end up losing? Like 200, I guess. I'm pretty sure it was like 2.6 when I started today. It was a rough day, to say the least. Like, gigantic throw. We had a chance, but our ADC was slightly confused. Definitely just a loss, just a loss, just a loss, and yeah. Smite, you test me. Yeah, I think that team fight was just a bit awkward for you guys because you got so split. Like, we had a really good Yamoja ult, and Kukulkan got caught like completely out of position with it. You were obviously a bit out of position as well, Nate, because we now have like what 2 ADCs to just burn you with. I think that's a Baron problem more than it was a you problem because you just couldn't really get out. Overall, it worked out way too well for us. We did not know Barrow was behind, no. At least I didn't. But he just came in so late. Barrow was on the ambush. Yeah, I mean, he's been doing that the whole game. Sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't. Oh, I'm exhausted after that game. It's almost like I gotta go take a nap or something. It was Purple Orb, Nate. Do you know who that is? Purple Orb himself? Are you aware? Are you aware of the legend of the Purple Orb? A guy worse than Caps. Damn. Caps catching strays. Alright. I'm not gonna skedaddle much more here. Damn, don't look at me like that. I'm gonna go make some food. And relax and just not play Smite. So, thank you guys for stopping by as usual. I